Every day you wake up, life asks you one question. How bad do you want it? And your habits answer that question before your mouth does. The unstoppable are not born, they are built. Brick by brick, decision by decision, habit by habit. The first habit, discipline before desire. Most people chase motivation. Discipline is doing what must be done, especially when you don't feel like it. Desire burns fast. Discipline burns forever. The second, control your morning, control your life. Winners dominate the dawn. Before the world even wakes up, they've already trained their minds, set their intentions, and attacked their goals. Your morning decides your momentum. The third, feed your mind with power, not poison. Power, not poison. Your mind is the engine of your destiny. If you fill it with gossip, fear, and doubt, you'll drive straight into mediocrity. Feed it books, wisdom, purpose, and watch your life rise. The fourth, train your body, sharpen your will. When your body is strong, your spirit stands taller. Sweat is not just exercise, it's self-respect in motion. The gym is where weakness dies and self-belief is born. The fifth, silence doubt through daily action. Doubt whispers to those who sit still, it cannot catch the man who moves forward. Action kills fear every single time. Don't think too long, move. The sixth, guard your time like gold. Every wasted hour is a piece of your dream you'll never get back. Cut off distractions, small talk, and meaningless scrolling. Protect your energy like your life depends on it, because it does. The seventh, think in goals, not wishes. Losers wish. Achievers plan. The unstoppable set targets so clear that hesitation dies in front of them. You can't hit a goal you never define. The eighth, end each day with reflection and fire. Ask yourself, did I give in review? Not in regret. The ninth, surround yourself with strength, not sympathy. The people around you either drain your fire or feed it. Cut out negativity like poison. Stand with those who push you forward. And the 10th, never stop demanding more of yourself. Comfort is the enemy of greatness. Every day, challenge your limits, break one barrier, take one step closer to your higher self, because the truth is simple, you are either growing or decaying. You are either becoming unstoppable or you are becoming forgotten. So rise, repeat your habits, guard your mind, work when others rest. And every day, every single day, earn the right to call yourself unstoppable. Discipline before desire. This is where the real war begins. Every person dreams. Every person wishes for more money, success, respect, and power. But the world doesn't reward dreamers. It rewards the discipline. Discipline is not about motivation. It's about mastery over self. Motivation fades the moment life gets tough, but discipline stands tall when everything else breaks. When you are tired, discipline moves you. When your mind says quit, discipline whispers keep going. Discipline is the bridge between the person you are and the person you want to become. You see, desire is cheap. Anyone can want. Anyone can hope. But wanting alone has never changed a single life. Desire makes promises. Discipline delivers results. Every great man, every legend, every name remembered by history, they all had one thing in common, an unshakable commitment to discipline. They showed up when they didn't want to. They worked while others slept. They trained while others complained. They sacrificed comfort for purpose, because they understood that the only way to earn freedom is through control. Control of your habits, your emotions, and your mind. The difference between ordinary and extraordinary is not talent, it's consistency. The disciplined man does what others only talk about. He doesn't wait for perfect conditions, he creates them. He doesn't chase feelings, he commands actions. Discipline teaches you to act beyond emotion, to work without applause, and to move forward even when no one believes in you. The undisciplined are slaves to moods. The disciplined are masters of results. Every morning you face a choice, comfort or conquest. The weak pick comfort because it's easy. The strong pick discipline because they crave growth. You can't have both success and ease. One will destroy the other. Discipline demands that you rise earlier, Push harder, think sharper, and never settle. It's not about punishment, it's about power. The power to become unshakable in a world built on distractions. Understand this, desire without discipline creates frustration. You want the dream body but skip the workout. You want success but waste hours scrolling. You want peace but feed your mind chaos. The gap between what you want and what you get is measured by how disciplined you are every single day. Discipline is not a moment. It's a lifestyle. It's not something you do when you feel ready. It's something you do until readiness becomes irrelevant. Discipline doesn't ask for permission. It demands respect. It's waking up when your body begs for sleep. It's saying no to excuses that sound perfect. It's keeping promises you made to yourself long after the mood has left. Discipline is the highest form of self-love because it proves you value your future more than your comfort. You can desire a better life, but if you are not willing to discipline your habits, your thoughts, and your routines, you will always remain trapped in potential. Desire gives birth to the idea. Discipline gives it life. Think of the strongest people you know, not the loudest, not the flashiest, but the most consistent. They are calm, focused, relentless. That's not luck. That's the product of years of disciplined repetition. Every act of discipline rewires your identity. Each small victory, waking up early, finishing that task, saying no to distraction, tells your mind control. And the more you repeat it, the more powerful you become. Discipline transforms chaos into clarity. It gives you direction when everything else feels It turns weakness into willpower, fear into focus, and confusion into certainty.
But what's coming next will make Tesla's past success look like pocket change.
Right. So it sounds like people should...
It turns weakness into willpower, fear into focus, and confusion into certainty. But here's the truth most people run from. Discipline is hard in the beginning, uncomfortable in the middle, and beautiful at the end. The pain of discipline is temporary. The pain of regret is eternal. You can suffer the discomfort of growth now, or live with the sorrow of what could have been later. There is no escaping pain. The only choice is which pain you prefer. So ask yourself what drives you, desire or discipline, because one will fade and the other will forge you. When you live by desire, you're a prisoner to your moods. When you live by discipline, you become the master of your destiny. The man ruled by desire chases pleasure. The man ruled by discipline builds empires. Discipline makes you dangerous. Not because you fight others, but because you conquer yourself. And once you master yourself, no force on earth can stop you. Every day, sharpen your focus, strengthen your control, and honor your goals through action. Discipline doesn't make life easier, it makes you stronger. And that strength is what separates the unstoppable from the forgotten. Remember this line and burn it into your mind. Discipline before desire, always. Because desire is a spark, but discipline is the fire that keeps burning long after everyone else has quit. Control your morning, control your life. Because how you begin your day determines how you end it the first hour after you wake up, decides whether you will lead the day or be crushed by it. The morning is your foundation, your battlefield, your sacred time where the world is still silent and your mind is clear. Yet most people throw it away. They wake up reacting to alarms, to messages, to problems, and then wonder why their life feels out of control. The truth is simple. If you lose the morning, you lose the day. If you win the morning, you win your destiny. The morning is the mirror of discipline. It's where focus is forged. It's the quiet hour when you can build the mindset that conquers chaos. The unstoppable use mornings as their weapon. While the world sleeps, they rise. While others scroll, they prepare. They don't need the world's permission to act. They seize time before the world can take it from them. Because once the noise begins, once the distractions start, your mind becomes a battlefield. That's why the first moments after you wake up are sacred. They decide whether you live by design or by default. When you open your eyes each morning, you are standing at a crossroads. One path leads to greatness, the other to mediocrity. The difference is not luck, talent, or intelligence. It's control. The ones who take control of their mornings shape their future intentionally. They direct their energy like a laser instead of scattering it like dust. Every day begins with choices. Will you hit snooze or rise with purpose? Will you feed your body or feed your excuses? Will you plan your attack or drift through another meaningless routine? Every answer decides the quality of your life. Your morning is your training ground. It's where mental strength is built. The weak wake up looking for comfort. The strong wake up looking for challenge. The weak scroll through noise. The strong scroll through goals. Morning rituals are not about routine. They are about reclaiming power. When you choose to dominate your morning, you train your mind to obey you, not the other way around. You build self-command, and self-command is the root of all success. Greatness is not created in big moments. It's crafted in quiet mornings when nobody is watching. It's in those early hours when you choose to push your limits, when you write, think, read, and move before anyone else even begins. Those who master their mornings understand that success is not a single event. It's a series of consistent victories. Every sunrise is an invitation to rise higher than you did yesterday. Control your morning means more than waking up early. It means taking authority over your mind before the world does. It means feeding it clarity, not chaos, purpose, not panic. The first thing you look at in the morning should not be a screen. It should be your vision. Before you check on others, check on your mission. Before you give your energy away, charge it with intention. This is how leaders think. This is how warriors prepare. Your mind is a garden, and the morning is when you plant your seeds. What you allow in that time grows throughout the day. If you start with negativity, the day grows thorns. If you start with gratitude and focus, the day blooms with purpose. Those first minutes after you wake up are pure power, unpolluted, unshaped, and full of potential. Fill them with thoughts that serve your future, not steal it. Control your morning, control your life, because the morning gives you control over yourself, and control over self is control over everything. When you rise before the world, you rise above it. You become proactive instead of reactive. You no longer chase time, you command it. You no longer wait for inspiration, you create it. The person who owns the morning owns the mind. And the person who owns the mind owns their fate. The successful are not superhuman. They are simply consistent. They decided that sleep would no longer steal their dreams. They made their mornings sacred and turned them into launch pads for domination. They know that when you begin with chaos, you end in regret. But when you begin with structure, you end in power. Each morning is a test, and every test starts with resistance. Your bed will feel heavier than ever. Your thoughts will whisper 5 more minutes.
A few years ago, I put out this video,
What the fuck is in your
and
mouth?
immediately it started racking up millions of views. Why? Probably some...
With resistance, your bed will feel heavier than ever. Your thoughts will whisper 5 more minutes. But that moment defines everything. Those who rise when it's hard will soon live a life others can only imagine. The morning rewards the brave. It favors those who act while others delay. So when the alarm rings tomorrow, remember this truth. The world is still sleeping, but opportunity is wide awake. Get up. Move with purpose. Breathe in silence and prepare for battle. Do something for your mind, your body, and your goals before the world touches you. Build your momentum before the noise begins. That momentum becomes your weapon for the rest of the day. Control your morning, control your life. It's not a slogan, it's a law of success. Because once you control the beginning, the rest must follow your command. When you start the day on your terms, no storm can shake you, no failure can break you. You move through life with power, precision, and peace. You become unshakable because the one who commands the morning commands everything that comes after. Feed your mind with power, not poison, because what you plant in your mind grows into the life you live. Every thought you allow in, every word you listen to, every piece of content you consume becomes a seed. And that seed either feeds your greatness or fuels your downfall. Most people never understand this. They protect their money, their homes, their reputation. But they leave their mind wide open to garbage. They let negativity walk in freely and then wonder why their life feels heavy. Your mind is your most valuable territory. And if you don't guard it, the world will flood it with poison. Every day, your mind is under attack. News, gossip, fear, envy, all of it fighting to take control of your thoughts. The weak let it in, the strong filter it. Because the moment you allow poison to enter your thinking, it begins to shape your reality. Thoughts are not harmless. They are architects. They build the world you walk in. You cannot think small, talk fear, and expect to live big. It's impossible. The mind creates first, the body follows after. Feed your mind with power. That means choosing thoughts that strengthen you, not weaken you. It means reading what uplifts, listening to what educates, and surrounding yourself with people who think forward. Power thinking is not about blind optimism. It's about control. It's about refusing to let negativity dictate your direction. When your mind is trained for power, challenges don't break you. They build you. Obstacles don't discourage you. They sharpen your focus. The average person spends hours feeding on mental junk food. Meaningless drama, scrolling through chaos, comparing lives that don't even exist. And then they ask why they feel lost, tired, anxious. It's because the mind reflects what it's fed. Garbage in, garbage out, power in, power out. The choice is yours every single day. What you give your attention to becomes your master. The unstoppable understand this law. They treat their mind like a temple. No negativity enters. No limitation survives. They program their mind for victory because they know life will test every weakness you allow. The truth is, your mind is not neutral. It's either being strengthened or being corrupted. Every word you hear, every image you watch, every conversation you entertain leaves a mark. So ask yourself, are you building a fortress of focus or digging a grave of doubt? You cannot feed on fear and expect to grow in courage. You cannot consume laziness and expect to act with discipline. You cannot listen to the voices of failure and expect to rise with confidence. What goes in will always come out, amplified. Powerful minds are not born, they are built through repetition. They feed on knowledge, on faith, on self-mastery. They seek mentors, not entertainment. They fill their days with books, not noise. They learn from history, from success, from struggle. They do not let the opinions of small thinkers poison their purpose. Because they know the greatest war is not fought outside, it's fought in thought. And only those who win that war become unstoppable. You must treat your thoughts like currency. Don't spend them on things that don't serve you. Don't invest them in fear, self-doubt, or gossip. Your thoughts are powerful tools. Use them to create, to plan, to grow. Every time you say, I can't, you're poisoning yourself. Every time you say, I will, you're feeding your power. Words are not sounds, they're commands to the mind. Speak strength and your mind obeys. Speak weakness and your spirit shrinks. The mind becomes what it practices. If you constantly rehearse fear, you'll live afraid. If you constantly focus on problems, you'll attract more of them. But if you train your mind to look for solutions, your world begins to shift. Power comes from perspective, the ability to see possibility where others see limitation. And that perspective is built by what you feed your thoughts daily. So feed your mind greatness. Fill it with visions of where you want to go, not memories of where you failed. Feed it with books that elevate you, speeches that ignite you, and silence that strengthens you. Limit your mental diet to what nourishes your purpose. You don't allow junk food to destroy your body, so why allow junk thoughts to destroy your destiny? Protect your mind with the same discipline you protect your goals. Remember, poison doesn't always come with warning labels. Sometimes it's disguised as comfort, lazy entertainment, negative company, endless complaining. Each time you engage, you drink a little more poison. Each time you feed on weakness, you starve your will. But the moment you decide to take control, everything begins to shift. You start to think stronger, act sharper, move faster. You begin to see yourself differently, not as a victim of circumstance, but as the creator of your fate. Feeding your mind with power means choosing elevation over entertainment. It means replacing noise with knowledge, replacing excuses with execution, replacing doubt with determination. It means saying no to everything that weakens your focus, and yes to everything that builds your mind. Because once your mind is strong, nothing outside of you can shake you. The storms still come, but they can't drown a man who controls his thoughts. The mind is the seedbed of every victory. If you keep planting poison, don't be surprised when your life grows weeds. But if you plant power, discipline, gratitude, resilience, vision, your life will bloom with unstoppable force. Feed your mind with power, not poison, because your thoughts are the fuel of your destiny. And when your mind is fed with strength, your actions will roar with it. Nothing will stop you, nothing will break you, and nothing will limit you. The strongest weapon a human can build is a powerful mind, and that weapon begins with what you feed it every single day. Train your body, sharpen your will, because the strength of your mind is tested through the discipline of your body. The body is not just flesh and muscle, it is the vessel of your purpose. If you can't command your body to move, how will you command your life to change? Every time you push your body beyond comfort, you build more than muscle. You forge character. You teach your mind that pain is not the enemy, weakness is. The body obeys the mind, and the mind obeys the will. The one who trains his body trains his spirit to never break. When you train your body, you train your focus. You learn to endure, to fight through resistance, to keep moving when everything screams stop.
Did you know that solar panels don't really save you any money? Most people don't know it can take up to 10 years or more to break.
Things scream stop. That lesson bleeds into every area of life. The gym, the track, the battlefield of effort, they're not about physical shape alone, they're about shaping the person you become. When you sweat, when your heart pounds, when your legs shake, that's the language of growth. That's your body learning obedience, and your will learning dominance. Weakness doesn't start in the muscles, it starts in the mind. The moment you give in to laziness, to comfort, to excuses, you are telling yourself that ease matters more than excellence. But every rep, every run, every drop of sweat is a declaration. I am stronger than my excuses. When you train your body daily, you are not chasing aesthetics, you are chasing mastery. You are proving that you can endure discomfort, push past limits, and stay loyal to your goals even when it hurts. That is what separates the soft from the sharp, the average from the elite. The truth is, physical training is spiritual warfare. Each time you push yourself to exhaustion, you silence that weak voice inside you, the one that whispers, "Take it easy." That voice is the reason most people live half-lived lives. But the moment you ignore it, you awaken a new voice that says, "Keep fighting." That's the voice of your true self, the one that refuses to be controlled by fatigue, fear, or failure. The one that builds empires, not excuses. Training your body also sharpens your will because it demands consistency. You can't build strength overnight. You take endurance through showing up every day, through the grind, through the pain. And when your body wants to quit, but your mind says one word, each act of discipline chisels your willpower until it becomes unbreakable. The connection between body and mind is sacred. A weak body weakens the mind. A strong body strengthens it. Movement breeds momentum. Discipline in one area infects every other. The man who controls his body learns to control his emotions, his focus, his life. The one who neglects it loses control without even noticing. Because if you can't win the small daily battle against laziness, how will you ever conquer the larger wars of life? Training your body is not about vanity. It's about victory. It's about waking up and saying, "I will not let this day beat me." It's about doing what others won't so you can live how others can't. Your body becomes your laboratory of strength, a place where excuses die and discipline is born. Every push-up, every sprint, every heavy lift is a message to your future, "I will be ready." When you build your body, you also build your mind's endurance for failure, fatigue, and frustration. You learn that growth is not comfortable. You learn that strength is not given. It is earned through sweat, through struggle, through pain. And when you experience that pain by choice, you stop fearing it in life. You become resilient, mentally, emotionally, physically. The storms that break others only strengthen you. The body is honest. It gives back exactly what you put in. There's no shortcut, no lie, no fake success. You can't cheat the weights. You can't lie to the miles. Your effort shows in your strength. That's why training is sacred. It teaches truth. The truth about your limits, your potential, and your power. And every day you train, you are sharpening not just your muscles, but your discipline, your patience, and your belief. Remember, comfort is seductive but deadly. Every time you choose comfort, your will weakens. Every time you embrace effort, your will sharpens. You are either training yourself to quit or training yourself to conquer. Every choice counts. Every workout matters. The ones you skip are the ones that dull your edge. The ones you finish are the ones that build your fire. The body is the visible reflection of your invisible discipline. You can't hide your habits. You can't fake your consistency. The energy you carry, the way you walk, the confidence you radiate, it all comes from how well you've trained yourself. People talk about mindset, but mindset without physical proof is just talk. Your body is the battlefield where your mindset is tested. So train. Train when you're tired. Train when you're unmotivated. Train when no one is watching. Because it's not about looking strong. It's about becoming unbreakable. When you build a body that refuses to quit, you build a mind that refuses to surrender. When your body is strong, your will becomes unstoppable. Train your body, sharpen your will. Because strength is not found, it's forged. Every drop of sweat is proof that you're building the kind of person who doesn't run from pain but walks through it. Every act of training is a reminder that you are not made for weakness, you are made for war. And the greatest warriors are not the ones with the biggest muscles, but the ones with the strongest will. The ones who train their bodies until their spirit roars, nothing can stop me. Silence doubt through daily action. Because hesitation is the language of failure, and action is the voice of power. Doubt will always whisper in your ear, trying to paralyze you with questions, fears, and what-ifs. But the truth is simple. You can't outthink doubt. You can only outrun it through movement. The moment you act, you break its grip. The moment you move, its voice fades. Action kills fear faster than words ever can. The man who waits for confidence will never move. But the man who moves without confidence soon finds it waiting for him on the other side of effort. Doubt grows in stillness. It feeds on overthinking, on waiting for the right time, on listening to opinions that don't matter. The more you sit, the louder it becomes. But when you take action, when you do something, anything, the noise begins to die. Because doubt and action cannot exist in the same space. One will always silence the other. If you move, doubt starves. If you stay still, it grows stronger. Daily action is the medicine for every form of uncertainty. You don't need to have the perfect plan. You just need to take the first step. Progress builds belief. Each small victory whispers, you can do this. And soon, those whispers drown out the old voices of fear. That's why consistency matters more than intensity. A single burst of motivation is useless without the discipline to act again tomorrow. It's not the giant leap that changes your life. It's the repeated step. The daily strike against hesitation. Every time you act, you tell the universe that you are serious. You declare that your dreams are not just talk. They are commands. But every time you delay, you teach yourself that excuses are stronger than ambition. Waiting kills more dreams than failure ever could. You don't fail when you try and lose. You fail when you never try at all. The person who moves forward imperfectly will always defeat the one who waits for perfection. Doubt loves comfort. It hides behind fear of failure, fear of judgment, fear of not being ready. But here's the truth. No one ever feels ready. The strongest don't start because they have no fear. They start because they refuse to let fear decide for them. Courage is not the absence of doubt, it's the mastery of it. And mastery comes through motion. Each day you take action, you prove to yourself that you are stronger than hesitation. The greatest mistake you can make is thinking you need clarity before you move. Clarity is not given. It's earned through movement. You learn by doing, not by waiting. Every action brings feedback, and every bit of feedback shapes your direction. That's how momentum is built. Action builds clarity. Clarity builds confidence. Confidence builds power. But it all begins with the decision to move, even when your mind is filled with noise. Doubt is a liar. It tells you you're not enough, not ready, not capable. But it can only speak to those who listen. When you act, you stop listening. You shift your energy from thinking to doing, from fear to focus. Every small task completed becomes a brick in the wall of belief. Every goal reached, no matter how minor, becomes proof that you can trust yourself. And that trust is what destroys doubt permanently. Daily action is not glamorous. It's not always exciting. Most days, it's repetition, grind, and quiet effort. But it's in that repetition where transformation happens. The small, unseen actions you take every day. The workouts, the study sessions, the work hours, the early mornings. Those are what build unstoppable momentum.
It bothered us too that your employees weren't taking full advantage of their retirement plans. So Vanguard created something to give them a little lift.
The work hours, the early mornings. Those are what build unstoppable momentum. Doubt cannot survive consistency. It gets weaker every time you follow through. You silence doubt not by talking yourself into courage, but by proving it through action. Words mean nothing without movement. You can read every motivational quote in the world, but if you don't act, doubt wins. You must replace thinking with doing, replace questions with execution, replace hesitation with progress. When you act, you move energy forward. You shift from victim to creator, from dreamer to doer. The man of action becomes unshakable because he knows results come from motion, not emotion. He doesn't wait to feel ready, he doesn't beg for signs. He simply starts again and again until success has no choice but to appear. Action creates evidence, and evidence kills uncertainty. When you have results, even small ones, doubt loses its voice. You no longer need faith alone, you have proof. Remember, doubt thrives in the minds of those who talk more than they work. Stop explaining, stop planning endlessly. Stop waiting for perfect conditions, just move. Life rewards movement. Energy rewards focus. The universe responds to motion, not hesitation. Start small if you must, but start. The step you take today is the weapon that silences the fear that's been haunting you for years. When you train your body to move, your mind follows. When you force yourself to act daily, your will becomes steel. You stop asking, can I, and start saying, I will. That's the shift. That's how the unstoppable are born. Not through comfort, not through certainty, but through daily disciplined action in the face of doubt. Silence doubt through daily action. Because in the end, the world doesn't remember those who thought about doing great things. It remembers those who did them. Move before you feel ready. Act before you feel sure. Build before you feel worthy. Because once you move, the fear fades, the fog clears, and the truth appears. You were always capable. You just needed to act long enough to prove it. Guard your time like gold, because it is the only currency you can never earn back once it's spent. Every second that passes is gone forever. Every wasted hour is a piece of your destiny thrown away. Time is life. To waste time is to waste the very substance you are made of. The unstoppable understand this truth deeply. They treat each minute as sacred, as something too valuable to be given away carelessly. The average man trades his time for distractions. The powerful invested in purpose. That is the dividing line between greatness and mediocrity. How you spend the hours no one is watching. Time is the foundation of all achievement. You can rebuild money, reputation, even health, but you can never rebuild time. Once it's gone forever. The moment you realize that, your life changes. You stop saying yes to every request. You stop chasing meaningless comfort. You stop tolerating the people and habits that drain you, because every unnecessary distraction is a thief dressed in comfort, stealing your focus, your dreams, and your future. The one who learns to say no firmly and unapologetically becomes unstoppable. Guarding your time means taking command of your schedule before someone else does. The world is full of noise, messages, meetings, entertainment, endless scrolling, all designed to keep you busy but empty. Busyness is not progress, it's poison. The strong know how to protect their focus because they understand that focus is the armor that shields time. They wake up with intent. They know exactly what matters and what doesn't. Every hour is a weapon in their hand. Every minute is a tool for victory. The weak give their time to everyone. They check their phone before they check their purpose. They live reacting instead of creating. And they wonder why they never feel fulfilled. Time slips through their fingers because they never close their fist around it. But the disciplined, the focused, the relentless, they guard their hours like a lion guards its territory. They do not let laziness, gossip, or distraction cross the line. They know their worth and they live by it. Understand this, every choice you make with your time is a trade. When you give an hour to something meaningless, you trade away an hour that could have built your dream, strengthened your body, or sharpened your mind. The most dangerous phrase in the world is, I'll do it later. Later never comes. Later is where dreams go to die. You must act now, protect now, because time is not loyal to anyone. It keeps moving whether you use it or not. Guarding your time does not mean working endlessly. It means working intentionally. It means building systems that protect your focus. It means knowing what deserves your attention and ruthlessly eliminating what doesn't. The man who guards his time doesn't waste energy explaining himself. He doesn't need to. His results speak louder than his availability. He knows that being constantly reachable is the quickest way to become permanently average. Every successful person understands the sacred value of time. They schedule their days like warriors preparing for battle. They know when to rest, when to move, when to say no, and when to strike. They don't spend time, they allocate it. They don't find time, they make it. Because time is not found, it is created through discipline, clarity, and control. Think of your time as gold bars stacked in front of you. Each morning you're handed 24 of them. By night they're gone, spent. The question is, did you spend them building your empire or buying comfort that gave you nothing back? Did you invest your hours into growth or waste in distraction? The wise count this, the foolish act like they have forever.
Do you want to receive beautiful crystals every month without breaking the bank? Ask me to
Into growth or waste them in distraction. The wise count their minutes. The foolish act like they have forever. But forever is an illusion. The clock is always ticking. Guarding your time also means protecting it from people who do not value theirs. Energy thieves, complainers, and time wasters are everywhere. And they are dangerous because they disguise themselves as friends, co-workers, or even family. Learn to recognize them. Learn to distance yourself without guilt. Your mission requires focus, and focus requires solitude. Those who misunderstand that are not meant to walk your path. Every minute you save through discipline multiplies your results. A focused hour is worth more than a distracted day. You don't need more time, you need more intention. Most people are not out of time, they are out of focus. They let small things steal big dreams. But once you learn to protect your schedule, you'll notice something powerful. You gain peace, you gain clarity, you gain control over your destiny. Guarding your time like gold is not selfish, it's survival. Because the man who wastes time wastes potential. And the man who wastes potential dies before his body does. Time is the test of every vision. It asks you, will you invest me or lose me? The answer decides your future. So wake up and take command of your day. Set boundaries so strong they can't be broken. Turn off what drains you. Walk away from what distracts you. Build habits that protect your energy. Because once your time is under your control, your life is under your control. You become efficient, unstoppable. Guard time like gold because one day your last second will come. You won't know when, but it will. And when it does, you will look back and see exactly what you traded your time for. Make sure it was worth it. Make sure every hour screamed purpose. Make sure your time built something that will outlive you. That is how you honor the greatest gift life ever gave you, the time to become everything you were meant to be. Think in goals, not in wishes, because wishing is hoping and hoping is waiting, but goals are doing. The difference between the dreamers and the doers is not intelligence, luck, or background. It's direction. The wishful mind wanders, the goal-driven mind conquers. When you set a goal, you command your mind to act, to plan, to move. But when you wish, you surrender your power to chance, to luck, to fate. The world does not reward wishes. It rewards clarity, consistency, and courage. Wishes are soft. Goals are sharp. Wishes live in the clouds. Goals are written on stone. Wish says, I want to be successful. A goal says, I will build success by doing this every single day. The person who wishes is emotional. The one who sets goals is intentional. One waits for the right time, the other creates it. One looks for motivation, the other builds it through daily commitment. The one who wins in life is not the one who hopes, it's the one who decides. Every great achievement began as a goal, never as a wish. The empire builder didn't wish for greatness, he structured it brick by brick, decision by decision. The champion didn't wish for victory, he prepared for it in silence long before the world saw his strength. You see, life bends to the one who knows what he wants and refuses to accept anything less. Goals give your energy direction, your time purpose, and your days meaning. Without goals, you become a slave to distractions, tossed around by circumstance, reacting to life instead of designing it. Wishes are emotional bursts, temporary fire that fades quickly. But goals are systems of discipline, daily habits built on vision and backed by action. You can wish to be stronger, smarter, richer, freer, but until you set a goal with a plan and a deadline, it will remain nothing more than smoke in your imagination. The world is full of people who wish their life was better, but only a few who actually decide to make it better. Decision is the bridge between fantasy and reality. Thinking in goals means turning every desire into a measurable target. You must know what you want, why you want it, and when you will achieve it. When your goals are clear, your mind becomes focused like a laser. Suddenly, distractions lose their power. Procrastination. Because your purpose is no longer a fantasy. It's a contract you've signed with yourself. You stop waiting for motivation and start operating from commitment. That's where transformation begins. Goals create pressure, and pressure is good. It's what sharpens your will. Most people avoid pressure because it exposes their weakness, but the strong embrace it because it awakens their strength. You goals, you become alert, alive, and aware. You measure progress not by how you feel, but by what you produce. You stop being ruled by emotion and start being ruled by purpose. That's the mindset of the unstoppable. They think in structure, not in hope. When you think in goals, you learn to break big dreams into daily actions. You stop being overwhelmed by mountain and start climbing it one deliberate step at a time. Each day becomes a mission. Each task becomes a weapon. You no longer drift through your hours, you dominate them. Because every small victory compounds, and every consistent effort builds momentum. Momentum is power, and once you have it, nothing can stop you. Understand this, your brain is a tool. It follows direction. If you feed it vague wishes, it produces vague results. But when you feed it clear, detailed goals, it starts searching for solutions, creating ideas, and building paths you didn't even know existed. The mind becomes a magnet for opportunities that align with your direction. That's not magic. It's focus. You see only what matters, and that changes everything. Those who fail in life are not lazy. They're lost. They have energy but no direction. They work hard but toward nothing specific. They confuse movement with progress. But motion without a target is chaos. You can run fast and still go nowhere. That's what happens when you live by wishes. But when you live by goals, every step moves you closer to something meaningful. You can measure it, track, feel it, and progress. Thinking in also. But when you have a goal, failure is feedback, a signal to adjust, not quit. The goal-driven mind doesn't ask, why me? It asks, what's next? It doesn't be emotional about obstacles. It studies them, learns from them, and keeps moving. Because the goal is bigger than the struggle. The vision is stronger than the pain. The truth is, wishing keeps you safe. It lets you dream without risk. But goals demand courage. They demand accountability. When you declare a goal, you declare war and comfort. You promise to rise, to work, to fight. That's why most people avoid them, because goals expose your excuses. But if you want to be unstoppable, you must kill the wishful thinking and replace it with intentional planning. Stop saying I hope. Start saying I will. Stop waiting for the perfect time. The perfect time is now. Take your biggest wish and turn it into a written goal. Break it into steps. Define your action for today. Because success is not built in bursts of motivation. It's built in daily repetition, under pressure, without applause. Think in goals, not in wishes. Because life gives you what you demand, not what you desire. The one who wishes will always wait. The one who sets goals will always win. Your destiny begins the moment you stop dreaming passively and start designing actively. Goals turn invisible dreams into visible victories. They turn uncertainty into clarity, confusion into direction, and effort into excellence. So make your move, write your goals, guard them, live by them. Let them burn into your mind until every action you take serves them. Because when you think in goals, you no longer chase life. You command it. You no longer wish to be unstoppable. You become it. End each day with reflection and fire. Because the night is not a time to escape from your mission. It's a time to sharpen it. When the world goes quiet and the noise fades, that's when truth speaks. Reflection is not weakness. It's a weapon. It's the mirror that shows you who you were today and whether that version deserves tomorrow. The unstoppable don't just collapse into sleep. They close the day with awareness and intention. They examine their progress, their mistakes, their victories, and their effort. Because every night is a report card for the warrior's mind. Reflection is the act of accountability. It's you versus you. The only battle that truly matters, the man who reflects grows, but the one who avoids reflection repeats. When you reflect, you catch your excuses before they become habits. You notice where you fell short and where you excelled. You transform your day from a blur of action into a blueprint of improvement. Without reflection, life becomes repetitive. With reflection, it becomes progressive. Each night becomes a lesson. Each sunrise an opportunity to do better. But reflection alone is not enough. It must be paired with fire.
I highly recommend you partner with Elon Musk on Project Colossus before it's too late.
Be paired with fire. Fire means hunger. It means refusing to go to bed satisfied, even after success. It means ending every day with a burning desire to rise higher tomorrow. Most people finish their day looking for comfort. The relentless finish their day feeding their drive. They use the quiet of the night not to rest their dreams, but to reignite them. They visualize their goals, review their mission, and go to sleep with intention burning in their mind. That's how champions prepare while the world sleeps. Fire without reflection burns aimlessly. Reflection without fire becomes passive regret. But together, they create transformation. Awareness and hunger fused into purpose. The strong don't just ask, what did I do today? They ask, did I move closer to my destiny? They don't count the hours they worked. They measure the impact they made. Because a man who ends his day consciously begins the next one powerfully. Each time or invested. Did I give excuses? Did I act on my goals, or did I let comfort win? Did I grow even a little? Reflection is honesty, and honesty is rare. But only the honest can improve. You cannot fix what you refuse to face. The weak avoid their reflection because it reminds them of what they failed to do. The strong seek it out. Night is sacred. It's where your mind reveals truths hidden beneath the noise of the day. That's when the real conversation happens between who you are and who you want to be. The one who listens to that voice and acts on it will never live a wasted life. Reflection turns chaos into clarity, and fire turns clarity into action. Most people live repeat days, not improve. They wake up, work, get distracted, and sleep, pausing to evaluate. But reflection breaks that cycle. It forces you to think, to plan, to evolve. Each day becomes a stepping stone rather than a loop. The greatest advantage you can give yourself is self-awareness. Because where you stand, exactly where to go next. Fire, on the other hand, is what keeps your vision alive through fatigue, doubt, and delay. It's that silent voice saying, built daily through purpose and persistence. You feed it with gratitude for how far you've come and determination for how far you'll go. When your heart burns for something greater, no setback can extinguish it. That's why every night you must fuel it through your words, your thoughts, your faith in the mission. End your day, not scrolling through distractions, but writing down lessons. Know your wins, your mistakes, you'll improve tomorrow. That small power over time, because success is not built in random bursts. It's built through deliberate reflection, one day at a time. Each night you sharpen your mind, strengthen your will, and solidify your direction. You start to live intentionally, and that changes everything. When you reflect with fire, your nights stop being endings. They become beginnings. You stop closing your eyes with regret. You close them with vision. You stop fearing failure. You start respecting effort. Because every day you analyze, adjust, and ignite, you move closer to mastery. The undisciplined mind drifts into sleep. The disciplined mind drifts into preparation. You can't build an extraordinary life with ordinary nights. While others waste time, you must use it. While others wind down, you must rise internally. The quiet hours belong to the ones who use them. The thinkers, the planners, the dreamers who act. End each day as if tomorrow's greatness depends on tonight's reflection. Because it does. The fire you build in silence becomes the fuel you burn in action. So tonight, before you rest, take a deep breath. Replay your day with honesty. Feel the moments you were strong and the moments you hesitated. Learn from both. Then, let gratitude fill your mind, not comfort, but purpose. Whisper to yourself, I will rise stronger tomorrow. That statement alone separates the average from the exceptional. End each day with reflection and fire, because that's how you turn time into transformation. That's take control of your growth, your habits. The man who reflects earns. The man who burns acts. And when learning meets action, the impossible becomes inevitable. When you master your nights, you master your life.
Welcome, dear one. I've been eagerly awaiting your arrival. You see, the divine journey that brought you to this video was not random.
standalone ECU. This already has a remap on it, making this more closer to 200, I think. When we go and take this back to the dyno, I might be mincing my words and it could be like 2 horsepower, but you never know. The guy who sold it to me said it had a remap on it, so this is going to help us, well, it's going to be what's running the engine. So we've got to get this installed, we've got to get all of the wires that we pulled through on the Wonder Den. So the equivalent of those wires will be pushed through into the cabin, and we plug this in, and then that'll work. Engine work, can't that? So to get the new ECU installed, I could start by feeding the loop through the firewall and into the cabin. Then, once the loop was through, the first thing I had to get on with were crimping 6 individual wires together. And as complicated as wires sometimes look, this was actually very easy because all I had to do was match up the colours. Red to red, yellow to yellow, green to green, and so on. Boom. That is all of our wires now done. And after that, I could plug the ECU in. In there, okay, that's definitely that one. Yep, okay, then it's this one that goes in there. Okay, so that's all of our plugs in and our wires crimped on. And then the final thing to do with the ECU was to get it mounted up with some double-sided tape. After that was done, I could then move on to a few jobs that I needed to do back in the engine bay. Stuff like connecting up the gear selector cables, the coolant pipes, and the throttle cable. Okay, so engine is above us now. Right, a few little things we can do sort of in this section. I'm going to firstly connect up this big coolant line. There we go, he's on. Perfect. Next one. Do this guy. This is clutch line. Again, it's literally like OEM. You just plug him in like that. Do that up with the fingers. Pat him on. There we go. The last thing we need to do now is to do with our fuel line, which this is where the fuel comes out and into the engine. This is our fuel line here. That is now our fuel line connected up. Next up we can get the sub-brake back in. And to do that, it's just a case of using the gearbox jack to support it, lifting it up and then lining up the bolt holes. So this is at the front engine, just up there. Cool. Right, last one to do is the rear one, which sits just there. This, yeah. Engine mounts mounted. Next up, it's onto the drive shafts. Now, because the 1ZZ and the 2ZZ are a part of the same family, it means we can just use our old standard drive shafts, which is so ideal. There's no custom drive shafts or anything fancy needed. So I think a lot of you are probably starting to see why I chose this engine swap for the MR2. It is just so simple to do, and it's like the 2ZZ was meant for this car. But on top of that, when we get the car driving, you'll see the crazy difference between this engine and the old one. So the last thing to do with the drive shafts was to get on the hub nuts. And because the drive shafts are now in, we need to also top up the gearbox oil. Okay, progress is being made. We have the drive shafts in, the subframe, the gearbox oil we filled up, a lot of the wires, obviously the wiring inside the car's done, but there's still a few of the wires need connecting up. The gear selectors are done, the clutch line is connected up, but we need to bleed the clutch. We need to put the coolant in. There's a few jobs we still need to do, but I think the next one we're going to tackle is getting on into the arm. So the arm that attaches to that, the arm that attaches to that, and also this one that attaches there. Those will be the next jobs. And now that the subframe's on and all the drive shafts are in, we can do that now. So that's what we're going to do next. And then we can move on to the exhaust, which is just going to go up, and then there's a silencer in there, and then it's going to come out there. And once that's done, we're getting pretty close. There's an airbox, battery, a few other little things here and there. So yeah, we're getting there.
So as for fitting back on these lower arms, there's really not much to it. They'll just fit straight back on the car exactly how they came off.
That is now all of the arms done on this side of the car. Now it's going to do the exact same thing on that side.
So whilst I get on with doing that, if you've made it this far into the video, make sure to subscribe to the channel, because only around half watching this right now are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy the videos, make sure to subscribe, because it's completely free. You can always change your mind later on.
Okay, so next up we have the exhaust fit. Now, the exhaust on the standard 1ZZ MR2 will not fit on our new 2ZZ MR2, so I have had to source a new one. Now, what you see on the floor here is a brand new second-hand exhaust, and I bought this off a guy who has already done the 2ZZ MR2 conversion, and this was the exhaust of his car. So this should technically work with our setup. So there's only one way to find out. Let's get it fitted.
So to get the exhaust fitted, the first section I had to install was the downpipe, which includes the flexi and also the catalytic converter. Now this cat is a sports cat, it's high flowing, it's meant for track use, and it will not be restricting any power on this engine.
Okay, so that is the down, it's quite funny. This is the downpipe, but it's actually an uppipe, isn't it? Now the uppipe is in, we can get the muffler fitted, or the silencer if you're in England. And basically the silencer is going to fit in this big space up there, and then the exhaust tip's going to come back out here. Like, I do really want like a big centre exit for the awesome, but we're not going to fit it on time for this video. For the sake of it, we can get this little section on, and then we can move on to that.
So we can go ahead and start installing the new rear section. Now this is a pretty straightforward job. Once that was done, the final little finishing touch for the exhaust was to install the tailpipe. The next things to install back onto the car were the heat shields and a few braces. And after that, it was in with the battery.
I trust your handicap.
Spend more time in the woods than with his family, Your Honor.
It's an investment.
I find a defendant guilty of overspending just by Tacoma, the same quality as big brands for far less money.
Tacoma, it's just a better way to go.
And then also the airbox and intake system. Now I actually bought this intake system off the same guy who sold me the exhaust, and this again is a 2ZZ sort of custom intake which works with the MR2 and with this engine, so it as well fitted straight on. And then the final job to do on this engine before we could give it a start was to bleed the clutch. Once that was finished, we were ready.
Okay, so it is now the big moment. We've bled the clutch, the engine has oil, the gearbox has oil, all the fluids are in except for the coolant, which we're going to do after we try to start it. So I'm just going to go ahead and turn the key and see what happens. Lights are on. A noise is happening. Ready? 3, 2, 1. That's the... Because that does not run perfectly. So well. Do you know what? That is the first time I have ever bought an engine and it's fine. Every single engine I've ever bought where it's like just the engine, it's been buggered. That sounds great. Oh man, that sounds so good. Right, we've got to turn it off because obviously I haven't got any coolant in it. But that's, what the hell? That sounds so good. Okay, right, we have now got the first weapon out of a few more weapons that we're going to install onto the car to beat the Lotus at the end of the video. But yeah, next I do want to get the coolant bled, and then we have a little visual look as well. So we now know that the engine starts and it runs so well, which is a massive relief. But next we should go ahead and get the coolant bled process on this car, because you've got to use these clear pipes at the front to get rid of all of the air in the system. But then, once that was done, it was on to the next visual mod that I was talking about earlier. So all these parts on the floor are bits of the facelift MR2. We've got the tail lights, the headlights, and also the front and rear bumpers. Now, our car was a pretty facelift, and all of this stuff is off the newer car, which I just think looks way better. Now, we'll be doing in this video that is purely visual. I just think it looks way better, so let's get it on. So we are so close now to getting the MR2 out on its first drive. All we have left to do is to install the new bumpers and the new lights, which just bolt straight on. The final finishing touch was to get on the new number plates.
That's rough news on a Tuesday morning, bro. Damn. He about to do a whole dive? Oh, man. I hope he come with that. Whew, that's rough. But on the better news, yo, I'm glad you got the oil change done. And yeah, if you can find the filters, buy a few of them, man. Buy a few of them, set them aside. Might as well get them a shot and see different stuff for later. And that's what's up that Pop's got under the car, yeah. That's the last thing I thought he'd be doing. Yeah, I thought he'd make him do it. He finally wanted something to do, yeah. Oh man. Yeah man, I'm trying to get these couple days off so I can go work on the bike, man. I got the I bought a steam cleaner, just a high power, high pressure steam, so I can do some spot cleaning in the car and clean up that old Harley since it's too heavy and I don't have a trailer to take it down to the car wash. And I'm gonna get myself a little upholstery cleaner so I can move the seats in the car. And speaking of oil changes, yo, I gotta do oil changes on my Toyota too, man. I'm not gonna do it at the. I'm gonna take it to let them do it. I should do it myself, but I would like to do it inside the garage. I'm right outside. If I do it myself, I gotta call the AutoZone or the Advanced Auto to see if the oil vac is full. Because last time I did the oil change, I had to put the oil in the garage and wait for them to drain out their oil vac so I can even take it to get it dumped. It was just a pain in the ass. So even though it is cheaper to do it myself, but yeah, man, that's rough. And I pray for them. He got less than a week to come up with that bread. That's crazy. You know they want bread. He said he can make it go away. I don't know how it's gonna make it go away. And he had a past situation. That might not be going away, but he might drop down the time. Yeah, that's okay. Illinois, let's go. Lexus is kind of sharp. DX 550. Nice.
Right, well, let's see how she goes. So light. That's what it's so light. The engine is behind you, so it properly grips up. Like it really grips up because the weight is like over the back wheels, and also it's so responsive. Not really. Mate, this thing sounds so good, doesn't it? I am looking forward to see what this thing 8.3. So we managed an 8.3. I'll roll
roll the clip now of us doing that. 3, 2, 1. Good. Up. 8.3. So that's what we want to be. So we managed an 8.3 with the standard car, with the standard engine. We're going to do another 0 to 60 now of what the car can do now with the 2ZZ. Okay, you ready? 3, 2, 1. 6.5. That is a lot. That's almost 2 seconds. I would be interested to see exactly how much more power the car is making now. So that is what we're going to go and find out. We have booked in a session back at Surrey Rolling Road again to go and find out exactly how much power this car is making now with the 2ZZ engine. But we now know that this
So the next day we took the MR2 back to Surrey Rolling Road where we could get it back on the dyno to find out the final power figure. To find out exactly how the MR2 now produces.
So yeah, this is our line, with the red line here, that's our standard horsepower, the 1ZZ. And the pink line here is our 2ZZ engine. As you can see, once it hits lift, which is where the cams sort of change their profile, it really starts to increase the power. And 173.6, I'm calling that 175.
And that's 40 horsepower more than what we got when the car was standard. But it's still less than the 190 horsepower that Toyota claims this engine makes. But after doing a bit of research, it actually turns out that this is very normal for a 2ZZ to produce between 170 to 175, because they practically never produce the claimed 190 horsepower.
Might be time to rethink my car insurance.
Yeah, tell me something I don't know.
You can get AAA car insurance, and you can customize your policy for you and your drivers. It's actually a lot harder to drive than you think. AAA.
They practically never produce the claimed 190 horsepower.
Okay, so that is the horsepower sorted. The MR2 has a pretty good chance of beating the Lotus in a straight line. However, what it definitely can't do right now is beat it around a corner. So that is where the next set of modifications come in. They're all going to be handling modifications, and the first is, of course, a set of BC Racing coilovers.
These are BC Racing's DS series coilovers, and they are specifically a track-focused set. So to get these coilovers fitted, of course, the first job is to remove the standard suspension.
There we go. That is one old shock.
Now these coilovers are going to make a huge difference to how this car drives. They're going to reduce the body roll in the corners, lower the centre of gravity, but also they're going to give us quite a lot of adjustment. We can adjust the ride height and the dampening, but most importantly for this challenge, we can adjust the camber with the 4 silver bolts on the top. Now, negative camber is a very useful tool that you can use to increase traction, and it can really help to make any car faster around the track. But we'll get onto adjusting that slightly later. For now, I could get the other side installed.
Okay, that is the front now fitted, and it is going to be absolutely slammed. This car is going to be very low, which I'm looking forward to seeing when we get it down on the floor. But now, we need to do the rears before we do that, and it's going to be pretty much the same process. But something I am noticing as we're working on this car is that it is absolutely mint. Everything is coming apart so easily, which is good. And part of the reason why I knew this before buying it was because when we ran the car vertical check, I saw on the MOT history section that there wasn't a single advisory for rust. So that sort of gave me the peace of mind that this wasn't an absolute rust bucket before buying.
However, if we take a look at this Lotus Elise's report, you can
can see that it has some questionable mileage history alongside an amber warning light for damage. Also, it's had 10 owners, which is quite high, alongside a fair few failed technical inspections.
Oh, so there we are. That's our old truck.
But if we investigate further, we can see in the damage section that this car was written off as a category C, meaning it was uneconomical to repair. So if I was going to buy this car, I'd definitely ask about this damage to make sure that I'm paying the right price for this history. But with that said, once I was finished fitting the first rear coilover, I could then move on to fitting the next side.
So to check out any car on Car Vertical, click the link in the description of this video and use the code JACK20 at the checkout and you will receive a 20% discount on the price of the Car Vertical report. But with that said, we are now finished installing our coilovers. Have a look. With the lights. Looking very nice, isn't it? Cool. And that is not only going to lower our car, as I mentioned, but it's going to make this car handle like it is on rails. Now, there are a few more modifications that we actually have to do now before we can get the car down and see how low it is. And the next thing is a set of brakes. So here we have our brake solution for the MR2. Now, all of this stuff has been sent out to us by EBC Brakes, so a massive thank you goes to them. Now, all of this is very track focused. Firstly, we've got our new discs. These are dimpled and grooved, as you can see. This is going to massively help with our heat dissipation, which is going to help reduce the onset of brake failure, which is obviously bad. You don't want to get brake failure when you're going around the track. You want your brakes to stay nice and firm and nice and functional. We've also got our blue stuff brake pads, as you can see, they are blue. I usually go for the yellow stuff pads because my builds are usually street cars or road going cars, but these are the pads that EBC really recommend for track use because they've got very high temperature tolerance as well as working well in the cold, and they also, again, like the discs, are going to help us reduce the brake pain that we experience. So this is really going to help with our braking. It's going to mean we can brake later, and it's going to mean we can brake harder. So let's all get this on the car. Take a look, this is absolutely, that is buggered. Look at how many ridges are on that brake disc, you see. And it's also got a big lip on the brake disc. That's how you know it needed doing. So it's a good thing we're changing it. Should allow us to take this guy out. Mine's don't look too bad. That is a very tight bolt. I reckon a bit of WD and a brake bar on that. Oh wow, that was tight. Physics. Oh. Close better than that. That'll do. So before getting our new pads installed, I firstly had to apply some grease, but then we could get them fitted. This is called a brake rewind, and it never works. So let's give it a go. Let's give it a go. Oh, it's working. No way. This caliper's not seen. What a day. Easy as you like. Look at that. Brakes fitted. New pads, new discs. That is one side done, and let's go to the inside.
I remember going to the Skyline, which that's been a long time. I think you was in college. That was a long time. But yeah, bro. Ain't much else going on that I know of. My uncle Bernard passed away, and they're not even gonna have a funeral for him, bro. That's my heart. I thought I was gonna at least get to see the family. Everybody get together, but that's not happening. And this, I just had a wet service done, oil change, fuel filter, cabin filter, and I gotta go in and get the air compressor fixed, or maybe even replaced, or repaired, or rebuilt. Get one of the air hose lines replaced, and the clutch repaired. But the oil changes I get every 6,000 miles, so it feels like every 5 weeks. Yeah, about every 5 weeks. Probably put more than 6,000. I might put like, I definitely put around 2,500 miles a weekend. So we probably do that shit damn near every night. Because I think every 5 weeks they call me up and tell me to come get the service. And that shit is anywhere from 800 to a G. And this time I went, I needed a new headlight because something hit my right headlight and cracked the screen and broke the damn the heating element, and it's about to be winter time, so, and it was messing up, it was shorting because the water got in there. I got it, and that cost me $1,200 for that headlight. I got it, the old one, and I'm gonna see if I can send it into the company that makes it, they can refurbish it. You know what I'm saying? That feels like my best bet on the second one. And even if it cost me $500 to fix it, I'd rather send it in and fix it for $500. And if something happens to the right headlight again, I got another one. And if something happens to the left one, the chances of something hitting it, it's not slim, but it ain't high either. You know what I'm saying? It should be bouncing up. And I do lots and lots of driving. But yeah, just a bit 20. Bruh, it's been the last couple of months compared to stuff. I know I'm at 300 and almost 40,000 miles, so there's always gonna be some kind of maintenance. But yeah, I'm at that point where money starts coming out for repairs and stuff. But it's all good. It's a cost of doing business. That's all right. Ain't nothing wrong with that. As long as I'm rolling and I'm still making bread, I can sort this stuff out. Like you said, gotta keep pumping the well. Keep pumping the well for every precious drop of life. Yeah, man. So yeah, go have fun at that bachelor party. I can't keep up with anybody, man. I guess I might have to show my presence on Facebook, man. I don't know why I would do that, because my life is peaceful. And I am fond of mountains. You understand? Very fond. I don't know if I'm gonna step out back into the light. I kind of like it. Oil change for the Toyota, I don't even drive that shit. Now it's really, as the time goes by, I have to get a oil change. It's just be sitting. I only drive it maybe, 3-4 times a month? If that?
And once that side was done, it was onto the final corner. We are making some sensational progress.
the brakes are now fitted. Now, obviously, when we normally do brakes on the channel, we paint the calipers a pretty colour, but pretty colours are not going to help us beat the Lotus mileage out. No, they're not. They are not. So we are just going purely functional with this car and nothing aesthetic. So now the brakes are on, you might be thinking, what is the next functional modification we have got for the MR2? Let me show you. So here we have a set of anti-roll bars from Whiteline. This one is the rear and this one is the front. Now these do what they say on the tin. They help reduce the body roll of the car, which helps increase our traction, which is obviously going to help us around the track and help us to beat the Lotus. So let's get these off. Okay, so up here is our old anti-roll bar. It is looking yeah, there you go. Ta-da! Look how crusty that is. Very crusty. Now before fitting the new anti-roll bar, we first had to grease up the bushes and get those fitted. And now we can get the roll bar fitted into place. And as you can see, there are these little holes on the end. And this is basically to adjust how much strength your roll bar has. So if you put the drop links through the bottom hole, just there, it's going to be the maximum amount of stiffness. And if you put it through the top hole, it's going to be the least amount. And it obviously varies from top to bottom. We're going to put it in that bottom hole.
I was making so much money with DoorDash. I wanted to earn money in my free time, but I didn't want to go out and get a boring 9 to 5. That's when I found out how much money my friend was making with DoorDash. There are opportunities in over 4,000 cities. Signing up was super easy. And before long, I was already making deliveries. Now, I get to make my own schedule and keep 100% of my tips. Download the DoorDash driver app and get started today.
And the Korea team is here to review results.
결과가 좋아 보이네요. 감사합니다.
Great. Glad to hear it. Let's talk next steps. I'll coordinate with the team.
In that bottom hole. There we have it, ladies and gentlemen. That is anti-roll bar numero uno fitted. Rear is done. Now we are on to the front. And to get the front installed, it's just like the rear. We first had to remove the old anti-roll bar. That's not good. But on the front, there was a bit more disassembly to do. Okay, so we've now got the lower arms just sort of hanging down, and that's got them out of the way, so we can now hopefully remove the roll bar. So, hold up there to do. That's loose. Oh. That one's alright. Oh, there we go. There we go. Go up. Yes. Ta-da! That is our old anti-roll bar. So before fitting the new anti-roll bar, I firstly had to do a little bit of drilling because obviously we had those two bolts that completely snapped off. That'll do. On top of drilling out the old bolts, I also wanted to give the anti-roll bar brackets a quick refurb. Once that was done, the new anti-roll bar could then be fitted. That's our new refurbished little bracket. Leave the jack on that. Okay, get that up, sit up there, something like that. Yeah. Do them all up. Okay, that is our anti-roll bar and all of our lower arms and everything back together. But now we can fit the bracing, which is going to sit somewhere up there like that. But this one is old and we're not going to be using this one. So that can go in the bin. And that is because we have got this brace, which is a Barbarian brace. And as you can see, it has loads of additional strengthening beam there. And also it's welded rather than being bolted together like the old one. And also big difference. But not only do we have this one, we also have the middle one, and it will sit just up here, sort of like that. And I've actually done quite a lot of research in making this. I really want to find the correct bracing to increase the chassis stiffness, because these MR2s really need some additional strengthening if you want to reduce your track times. Now, usually when I'm doing my projects, I'll just go for an engine-based strut brace, like the one on the Ford Fusion and also the one on the Fox GTI, if you remember that car. But with the MR2, it really benefits from these undercarriage braces, because obviously the car is a convertible and it really needs the chassis strengthening because it doesn't have a roof like a coupe would to help increase the chassis stiffness. So these really will make a big difference, and they could be the determining factor in beating the Lotus. So let's get them on.
So as for installing these undercarriage braces, they're pretty simple. They literally bolt into the standard chassis bolt holes.
Okay, well that looks awesome. I absolutely love the bracing. That is really cool. And it's going to make our handling loads better, as I said. But now that is all fitted, we can move on to the final handling modification we've got for the MR2. And it is a set of wheels and tyres. I'm looking at them and they are absolutely sick. Take a look.
HIMS makes hair regrowth simple. As simple as popping a daily chew. Through HIMS, you can grow thicker, fuller hair in just 3 to 6 months with an orange-flavored chew powered by finasteride and minoxidil.
And it is a set of wheels and tyres. I'm looking at them and they are absolutely sick. Take a look. Take a look at these wheels and tyres. I am so excited to get these fitted. Now, before I tell you about these wheels, I need to give 360 Alloys a massive shout out. I bought these wheels second hand, and they were a different colour, and they were really in bad condition. And now they have been refurbished in this gorgeous bronze, and they look brand new. So a massive thank you goes to them. But as for what these are a set of flow-formed wheels, which means they're nice and light, but they're actually an extra inch wider, these wheels, than the standard ones. The standard ones are 6J, these ones are 7J. And also, we've got a beautiful set of Nankang AR1 tyres on there, which is possibly the best track tyre, which is also legal on the road. Yeah, this is going to make a huge difference, and if there's anything which is going to help us beat the Lotus, it is these tyres. So let's get on.
It's safe to say I was very eager to get these wheels and tyres fitted onto the MR2, because not only did I know how much they were going to make a difference to the way this car drives, but also I was just dying to see how good they look.
This, oh, geez, it's going to look so good. Right, other side. Right, let's get it down and see what it looks like. I mean, if that is the most fucker thing, the rear is absolutely, I mean, bang on.
I was ecstatic with how these wheels looked, but now those are on the car, we can move on to the final modification that we'll be fitting in this video.
And that is none other than a set of bucket seats.
In my opinion, a track car isn't complete without a set of bucket seats, and these are just absolutely gorgeous. They're fully Alcantara with white stitching, and they are going to look amazing in our MR2.
Now, the only issue with these is that they aren't adjustable, so there's no way to move them back and forth. They have a set position. So yeah, we're hoping they're the same size as these, that when we bolt them in, I can perfectly, but we'll find out. Let's get it.
So as for getting these bucket seats fitted, it couldn't be more simple. There's just 4 bolts that hold each of the standard seats in, so I can go ahead and undo those and take the old seats out, and then it's just a case of getting the new bucket seats into place and bolting them up.
There we go. Oh, look how good that looks. Like, you need the bucket seats to be a professional track car. ladies and gentlemen, our bucket seats are now fitted. That looks so good. Well, that is it. All of the modifications are now fitted onto the MR2. That is everything. Nothing else is getting installed. And we're just going to have to cross our fingers and hope what we've done is enough to beat the Lotus's time. But there is one final thing we need to do before we can take the MR2 back to the track, and that is to get a wheel alignment. You see, we've just installed a load of new parts which will have completely ruined the wheel alignment on the car. So not only do we need to get the wheels just a point straight, but there are also a few variables that we can play with to get the most performance possible out of our MR2. The main variable to change is the negative camber. Like I mentioned earlier, the camber can be adjusted using the silver bolts on the top of the coilovers. And Adam at Evolution Autoworks has made it so our MR2 now has 4 degrees of negative camber all around, which is going to make the turning and the grip on this MR2 absolutely phenomenal. But with that alignment now done, we are now finally ready to take this car back to the track. But before we go back to the track, I've got a bit of an announcement to make, and that is that one of you is going to be winning the MR2 over on Ultima Competitions for just £2.49 a ticket. So yes, we are going to have to say goodbye to this car, and the only reason why we're doing this is because we've got so many ongoing projects at the minute. We've got to finish the Caddy R, the Ford Fusion ST, and all of that requires funds. And also, I just want to make the videos as good as possible. I want to get the most work done in the videos that I can, and that of course requires money. And I thought this was the perfect car to let one of you guys have, because it is so cool. Like, Jab, I really want to keep this car. I have been crying that we have to do this, but it is just necessary. This car has a really cool engine. It's got all the modifications that you've just seen, and it is an absolute track car, road trip, dailyable weapon. So if you do want to enter, it is 18 plus only, it is UK only, it's £2.49 a ticket on Ultima Competitions. The link is in the description of this video, and on top of that, we're going to be hosting a live draw over on the second channel, which is also, the link for that is in the description of this video as well. And yeah, that will be hosted on the 2nd of November 2025. Go to the description of this video and grab back to the track.
Look at them. They eat good. You can upgrade to these incredible Tacoma irons for as little as...
And grab yourself a ticket. With all that said, let's go back to the track. So this is it. The final showdown between one of the best handling cars in the world and the underdog Toyota MR2. I don't even want to time coilovers, you know what those are. It has new tyres on it so you can get more grip. Brakes, wheels, we've done shock brakes underneath, we've done anti-roll bars, all sorts. I'm not sure whether you're understanding this, but we just need to put in a big shift because we have to beat this Lotus car. I think that's a yes. Right. Let's go.